All aboard! Ugh. Honestly, I thought I'd be a little late today. I've gotten Dad to drag me into the water exercises before the stream happens, or at least whenever he can manage them. Ugh. And it is better to get him in early, at least down here in the south. Ugh. But honestly, I thought getting done with that, eating and doing my usual things would take a lot longer than to get to this point, to actual stream start. Oh darn! Forgot to do it again. Oh well. But, ooh, I felt things in me, so that must mean it's had some effect. And I keep getting spoiled on glams from like the cyber city that's supposed to be later on in this expansion, and I'm just so excited. I want to get there and I want to start grinding them out because I want to look like a cyber knight. The only other chance I've had to do that would have been to grind PvP, and PvP. Hello, game? Well, I did have to cut out one bit of my usual pre-stream routine. Gonna have to save brushing my teeth for later. Hello, FF14. Are you home? Listed as not responding, but I usually have the games of mine usually go through a period of not responding like that. Anti-malware service is going nuts. And it's climbing again. Are you what's stopping this? It was an update before before I started this. Is the update causing this? WinZip preloader? What the hell are you doing turned on? Alright, try again. Try again. Just turn it off. Cancel, end task. Whole shebang. Right, try again. Play, and actually do it this time, would you please? As a personal favor to me. Just this once. You know, like you did yesterday with no problems at all. When we finally got Dancer in my last class up to 91. Oh, my back. That was good. I'm really hoping this won't turn out like Elden Ring. Ah, thank goodness. I so need a haircut. There we go. All right. Took way too long, but at least it's in. At long last. Oh no. Okay, thank goodness. Jeebus. Freaking me out every single time. Yeah. Yeah. Ah, yes, good old jungle. I also happened to notice that I didn't just pick up, like, a sword from that last, from that one new duty, the first new duty. I also happened to pick up a shield as well. Oh, right, I sold it, because it had the same similar enough stats to my vessel, that and it didn't like the look of it. So, I got rid of it. Anyway. Oh dear, yeah, that's right. I need to get my ninja up to 92. Because that's apparently the one I'm working on to grab some of these. The Elector bids the claimants assemble in the large building on the west side of the village. I will head over there after finding Thancred and Urianger. I also ran into the Levier twins on the way here. I took the liberty of directing them to the venue. We're rivals. It's not his job to make sure I know the feat is starting, but even now he's conscientious to a fault. Anyway, let's not keep Rederock waiting. I also spent a lot of money on, well, Gil, on getting other generic gear upgrades as well. Mostly accessories.
Rederock thanks you for assisting Helphand Rakarok. She will announce the feat once the other claimants arrive, so please be patient a little while longer.
Ugh, I haven't had to do my goblin voice in so long. I'm happy to report that we were able to convince one of the Potsworn to stay. How did you fare? Yeah, I gave him, like, cat food or something. So you managed to do the same. Splendid. What? Oh.
Welcome to Earthenshire, First Promise. We support your plans for salt crossings and the new potsworn they will bring.
Totally not biased at all.
Hail the mighty Zoral Jah. He cleared many piles of rockfall as if they were pebblestones. The resilient son for Dawn Servant.
Zoral Jah was clearing fallen rocks. I'm surprised he would volunteer his time for anything unrelated to the contest. Well, well, we meet again. Hi, Fatso. You actually gonna try to do this legitimately for once? Just in time for the feat to begin. I'll bet he was already here, laying low while the rest of us did all the work.
Claimants, your attention, please.
Your attention, please. Please yell if you are paying attention.
As Ready Rock has explained, many of our potsworn left us following the storm. The precious metalwork crafted by those artisans bring in much jingle shine from across the salt. Should our stream of trade goods dry up, Earthenshire will suffer. Tuliolo merchants will suffer. So Ready Rock sets you this feat. Each of you are to find one clever hand goldsmith to bring back here to us.
Hey, I think I know one. So we're to recruit new potsworn. Makes sense for the feat of pots. Calling this a feat does not justify taking advantage of the claimants and their influence. How does finding workers for you demonstrate their worthiness for the throne?
You are free to refuse Ready Rock's request. She will be happy to inform the Dawn Servant of Zoral Jah's disqualification.
Ha! Suck it. The right is a means to an end. The steps we take to get there are not important.
Then Ready Rock declares the feat of pots begun. But remember, a pot pact must be agreed to willingly. No grab snatching or deceitful tongue flaps.
No kidnapping, no lying. The Elector said nothing of taking a willing artisan from a rival. Which is exactly what we should do. Why do I feel like he'll get his ass handed to him? A fine suggestion, brother. I'm glad you think so, brother. Come, let us lay our plans. We heard you. That nasty brute is up to something. Aye, he may seek to delay us again as he did on the river. We can but remain vigilant while we plot our course. What do you think, Wooklamat? Have you any candidates in mind to satisfy this feat? I know some artisans amongst my supporters, but they are all in their twilight years. I couldn't ask them to give up the comforts of Tuyulolo to live in this remote village, no matter how beautiful the scenery. We asked the guy, the goldsmith dude we just helped with the crisis of confidence get hired. Meanwhile, Koana probably has 100 young craftspeople to choose from. Not that I'm comparing us, you mind. That's just a statement of fact. I suppose we could try asking him on Wachu. I'm not going to try pronouncing that again. As good as I am with some foreign names, that one's a little step too far. That seems a logical place to start. Back to Tuyulolo it is. Jeez, I've already seen this like 5 steps ahead, and something tells me it's going to take 10 and more conversations before we finally get to close to the right solution. Wait, does that mean we have to take the boat again? No, we have the Aetherite. You said I should share my burden, so I will speak plainly. The truth is, I get really, really sick on boats. No, really? I never would have guessed. Wuklamat, this is hardly news. But it was brave of you to admit. In any case, we won't be fighting the current this time. Heading downriver will be much smoother. It will? She's freaking crying! I'm positive. Mostly. Ah, typical Lalafell doublespeak. Seriously, why am I the only one that's allowed to use the Aether Ride around here? Like, come on. Ah yes, the Wario music returns. I need a moment. Upriver or downriver, or Ihu Katumu is too rough for me. Ooh, the nausea is a bit more bearable now that I've stopped trying to hide it, but I'd rather not set foot on a boat if I can help it. Alright, I think I'm ready. Let's see if Master Ropley can help us recruit a Potsworn. I love it. Seriously? The loading's still not... There we go. Alright, Ropley, give us the new guy. Greetings, Third Promise. What brings you back to Wachu? You've not shipped your axe again, have you? No, Master Ropley. Actually, I have a favor to ask. So what do you think? Do you know of any craftsmen who might be interested? Ow, my cheek. Filching my artisans for the moblins, eh? Well, seeing as it's the Third Promise making the request, I'm willing to look the other way if one of them decides to take you up on the offer. Only, I can't think of a suitable candidate off the top of my head. Who do I know with the mastery of goldsmithing that would have no qualms about relocation to Earthenshire? There we go, the Eosian goldsmith. Knew it would be him. You mean Fontaine? He did say he was employed at some fancy jewelry store across the salt, and considering the distance he's already come, I'd like to think he wouldn't mind moving a little up the river. That said, he only just got himself a new job. Is it too soon to ask him to sign up a pot pact? There's no harm in making the offer. Once he hears how well the Potsworn are treated, he may even jump at the chance. Either way, you won't find Fontaine at his workbench at this hour. He's finished for the day, probably enjoying a meal over at Zabalyevteg. Then maybe we should go and talk to him. Just you and me, since he knows us. Wouldn't want him to feel intimidated by having to deal with a crowd of new faces. The two of us can handle this. Take a rest at the cabins if you like. Ah, I forgot to check my eye. A man about a pot. And not one to piss in. But maybe you'll have a chicken. I am mixing all the metaphors. Whoever they got to do this music for this bit is an accidental genius. Because it's very... I'd find it kind of unfitting, but I love it all the same. I'm a tired, but I'm an exercised out kind of tired, which is a good tired. Oh, you're Hime, you're here too. The third promise said she wanted to chat. I've just finished eating, so shall we find a quiet spot outside? Stretch, Mr. Green Streak. Ugh. Don't know where that's coming from. And again, ow. The last time we talked on this beach, you were in a miserable state. Yes, I was, wasn't I? A lost soul, until the two of you came along and helped me rediscover my purpose. My new place of employment has been most welcoming, and for the first time in a long time, I feel content with my lot in life. That's wonderful. So what is it you wish to discuss? Well, it's hard to ask this right after you settled in, but I'm looking for someone to become a potsworn. Ah, I've heard my new colleagues mention the term. That's when an artisan signs a contract to work for the moblins, isn't it? But you're not a moblin. I'm not sure I understand. You don't know. It is for a feat in the right of succession. I need to bring a new potsworn to Earthenshire. So that is the way of it. We've barely met, and after pushing you to work for Wachu, I'm now demanding you throw that away and sign a pot pact instead. It's a selfish request, I know. I have something to tell you, Third Promise. The other day, I completed the necessary procedurals for immigration. I am pleased to say I am now an official subject of Tuyilolol. I've since endeavored to learn what I can of my new nation, beginning with the right of succession and its claimants, including you, of course. Now, you will recall that it was my father's example which led me to pursue goldsmithing. He was at East End when Garlean forces laid siege to the settlement. So he was British. And in the ensuing chaos, he was slain. War took him from me in an instant. The man I loved and admired. I never wish to suffer such a loss again. And so, as much as I'm indebted to you for turning my life around, it is as a fellow peace-loving Tuyilolian that I want you to win the throne. If I can help you achieve that by signing a pot pact, then I shall gladly do so. Hey! Fonchampagne, thank you. I shall return to Master Oakley and inform him of my decision. Allow me, I'm the reason you're leaving, so I should be the one to deliver the news. Well, we got that done a lot quicker than I thought. Ow. Perhaps you remember me? Brooke Evu, owner of Zebalyate? I'd like a word if you don't mind. You're Wuklamat's ally from across the salt, right? And a hero of some renown, too. I have all the renown, thank you very much. If the gossip's to be believed. Oh, you better believe it. Well, as it so happens, I could use some heroic help. It doesn't need to be right now, but could you come by when you have a spare moment? Good, I haven't fought anything as a paladin in a very long time. Ah, the roll quests! Excellent! Woo! God damn it, I'm not at the airport. Stop trying to become Mega Yawns. I'll pick them up real quick. I'm not sure if I'll do them on stream or not. But I'll pick up what I can. Like, there's magical, I think, and then there's tank, and then physical melee, physical ranged, and I don't give a crap about healers because I don't have any. What's up, my guy? And hey, it's experience and money. I was wondering when you'd be along. Not a moment too soon, either. I've got an urgent job that needs doing, and there's no one else I'd entrust it with. Of course, you'll be wanting to know the details. It's a long story, so why don't you grab a seat over there? I'll join you shortly. More cracks. Come on. Loosen up. Wow, it got foggy. Now that we're all settled, allow me to introduce myself properly. I'm Baruch Evu, proprietor of Zabalyev Tei. As you know, my establishment is open to anyone. People hailing from across Tyrol and sometimes further come here to whet their appetite and slake their thirst. Given how we turn no one away, it's inevitable that a few bad apples might mix into my motley patrons, and therein lies the rub. A particularly rotten bunch was here not long ago. Want me to kill them? Sitting just over there, in fact, having a conversation most foul. I thank you all for coming here so far from your respective homes. Interesting. See, as this is the first time we have all gathered in one place, perhaps formal introductions are in order. I am. Welcome. What a... Bun Woman is not very bright. Can we have a moment, please? We're in the middle of something very important. Well done. Now then, where was I? Oh yes, I am Apahi. If you are sitting here now, it is because I have personally invited you to the Passage of the Unbound, my secretive, villainous order with ambitions to sow discord throughout the world. Why? Wow, you are not quiet at all. Villains do not often call themselves such. Nor do secret orders have their meetings in places where all eyes can see and all ears can hear. Ha! What do you know? Your snide remarks only ruin my carefully constructed atmosphere. If I had time to think of a suitable slogan, you would think that words are everything. But I digress. I invited you all here for one reason. To throw the world into a mire of chaos and then watch its nations crumble. What else would we call ourselves if not villainous? Gassy. My only interest is to punish all who have dared to mock and belittle me. So long as I can achieve that, you can call me whatever you like. The rich, the powerful, the mighty, all shall be crushed under the weight of my ire. Ooh. Somebody's got a problem. A grand design for a group of 6. Even if we manage to muster others to our side, there's a limit to what we can accomplish. I regret to say you're right. At present, we are bound and powerless. That is why, in order to raise our fists against our oppressors, we must find the strength to shatter our shackles. Have you tried the dark side of the Force? Also, cut your nails. And in so doing, we shall become unbound. Like the birds soaring up above, we shall take flight and spread our wicked wings, staining the azure skies black. As it rains. But sometimes skies become treacherous with clouds, and even birds must rest. You speak of finding strength. Is that why we are here, to look for it? If so, then I pledge my aid. With newfound might at my beck and call, I shall win adoration known only by a hero. Your eagerness is heartening, and you are correct. The tools to make our goal a reality lay in Tyrol. Across the continent can be found certain artifacts which possess untold power. Oh, there are 6 of them. I miscounted when we were just looking at their legs. Did you say artifacts? Oh ho ho! I sense an adventurous hunt for instruments of devious devilry ahead. I thought she was gonna smack the puppet for a moment. Hee hee hee! My imagination is overflowing with images of the new forms my trickery might take. I dare say the world is not ready. Yes, well, to get to the heart of the matter, the objects are held by the disparate tribes which make their homes in the Tyrol continent, where they have been passed down through generations as sacred treasures. Whatever stories these people have attached to their so-called treasures matters not. Each contain the essence of fearsome beasts called Tyrol Vidrol. Uh-oh, I had to kill one of those for my viper. And with them in our possession, none shall be able to stand against us. We shall take the objects for ourselves, bring them across the sea, and use them to undermine nations far and wide. The means by which you each choose to do so, I leave in your hands. I only ask that you do not disappoint. Think there are no questions? Hold on, let me take a look. Let me just remind myself. Let's see. Tank, range DPS, physical DPS, healer, magical? No, I think that got lumped in with ranged. 6 of them. But like 4 or 5 I have roles. And role subdivisions. Oh well. I'll knock out as many of them as I can. Then let the passage of the Unbound open unto the world. We begin at once. Oh yes, she still got them bunny girl heels. They didn't order a single thing. No, they did not. That's the true evil. That's the long and short of it. What do you think? He left without ordering anything? Villainous indeed. Nah, they sound goofy, but they probably have enough wealth and or materials to probably back up some of their threats. Of course, we had a duty to report what we heard to the Landsguard. We did, but it didn't make a damn difference because soon we learned those unwelcome guests had teeth. Not long ago, one individual from a remote tribe came here seeking help recovering a stolen relic. Then another came with the same story. Then another, and so on. Ah, that easy to get, huh? By the time we realized the passage of the Unbound was a real threat, they had one and all made their way across the sea with their ill-gotten gains. Oh wait, they've left? Each tribe has sent one of their own to recover what was lost, but being in strange lands, they're at a disadvantage. That's why I've been looking for someone who knows every corner of Eorzea and beyond. Now, I know you've business in Tyrol, or else you wouldn't be here in the first place, but if you could take the time to hear Haral Majun out, you'd be doing a service to many who could really use a helping hand. Hello. Over by the shish kebabs. It'll stabilize after a while, but I don't know, I thought the short breathing exercises might help. Would also help if I didn't feel like I had to cough and burp at the same time. Oh, God, it's an awful feeling. Allow me to thank you for lending your assistance to this matter. We've been quite desperate for someone suitable. Oh, hi there. Greetings, Haral Majun. At the risk of becoming a daily nuisance, I must ask, have there been any developments you might share? A nuisance? Why, perish the thought. You've come just in time. In fact, none other but vaunted Yuhime has agreed to aid to the search. Finally, a fortunate turn. So long as our sacred treasures are in wicked hands, our homes shall know no peace. To say nothing of the danger they pose to other nations. If these thieves really do intend to stir up chaos across the seas, then you had better depart on the next ship. I got something better. I got aetheryte. But before you do, it might be proper to introduce you to those who have come to Tuyololo in search of aid. Loa Zenikwe has come from a village far to the north. A single warrior cannot hope to withstand the power of her tribe's relic, so she requires a stout protector, someone who can be leaned on when times are darkest. Tank. The heirloom that Nyipain must recover afflicts terrible maladies upon its victims. He seeks someone who commands great healing magics to counteract this effect. I will not be speaking to him. The search for Shashepya's tribal treasure has been entrusted to a peerless hunter. She requires someone to act as a frontline fighter who can distract her target while her bow takes deadly aim. Range DPS. And lastly, there is Suhi, who knows little about her people's ancient artifact aside that it must not fall into the wrong hands. She seeks a mage of great power, but anything beyond that lies shrouded in mystery. Okay, the magic is different. I guess physical DPS are all the same, whether they be ranged or close quarters. Oh, never mind. He's the physical DPS. Aren't you forgetting someone, Rahul Jha? Your crisis is just as pressing, even if you won't say so yourself. Rahul Jha hails from further south than even Mamuk and has traveled many days and nights in search of someone who could strike down their prey from afar. It's the only way to escape the effects of his village treasure. Oh, nope, he's ranged DPS. Did I get that right? Indeed, indeed. I do get so forgetful in my old age. Thank you, Rara Majun. 5 tribes, 5 stolen treasures. I was right, 5 rolls. All are waiting for the aid of a brave soul. Hopefully that can be you. Of course, I'll share all that I know on the matter. You only need ask. And know that I will not hold it against you should you choose to assist only those for whom your talents are best suited. So long as you do what you can, the people of Tyrol and maybe even further will be in your debt. Good. Because I've got no interest in taking up a healing class. Alright, grab what I can for each roll first, real quick. Just so I have them ready. Oh, hello. Judging by your attire, you must be the traveler from across the seas. Then I hope Baruk Evu has enlisted you to our aid. No, I just came because I felt like it. Then you are guided here that you are guided here safely must be the work of the brave Narwhal, who remains watchful even in this dire time. We are ever grateful for its vigilance. Narwhals, narwhals, swimming in the ocean, causing a commotion, because they are so awesome. Look, it has to be said, alright? Narwhals, narwhals, swimming in the ocean, pretty big and pretty white, they beat a polar bear in a fight. My name is Loa Zenikwe, and I hail from the northern reaches of Zaktaral, where even our breath freezes when caught in the chilling winds. Our people revere a Tyrol Vidral of the Narwhal, whose essence rests in the cradle of the sleepless, our most sacred treasure. Pretty big and pretty... Nope. Like an underwater unicorn, they got a kick-ass facial horn. They're the Jedi of the sea. They stop Cthulhu eating ye! Through fathomless depths it swam without rest, protecting its home from anyone who would do it harm. That's weird. I don't remember... The Vipers questline seem to make out that Tyrol Vidral were always malicious. Legends tell that the Narwhal could place the burden of its fatigue upon another, and thus was able to maintain its vigil night and day. Narwhals, they are narwhals. Narwhals, just don't let them touch your balls. So too can any who possess the cradle lull a person, willing or no, into a deep slumber, all while avoiding the need for sleep themselves. Fascinating. Needless to say, such power could cause untold harm in the wrong hands. Thus was the greatest warrior of our village, Tentoawa, tasked with crossing the ocean and returning that which is most sacred to us. Why did you have to step away for that? I'd have joined him, but I feared I would only be a burden, so I remained here that I might find someone to send to his aid. Tentoawa has ever rushed bravely and blindly into the thick of things, leaving me behind to watch and worry. But if there's anything I can do to help him, even a little, then I must. Baruk Evu has done well to send you to me. I can tell you are just the woman to temper his most reckless tendencies and keep him safe during his quest. Ah, that's why you want a tank. As luck would have it, a letter from Tentoawa arrived shortly before you did. It seems you discovered that the thief made their way to a place called Ishgard. Yeah, figures. While I don't doubt his prowess, even Tentoawa would be rendered helpless before the narwhal's lullaby. Please, could you follow him to Ishgard and find him before he does anything rash? Narwhals, they are narwhals. Narwhals, inventors of the shish kebab. Ishgard is like a second home to me. Thank you. I knew the narwhal would be a guide and brave protector to our side. Tentoawa sails to an unfamiliar place, but despite his hasty nature, he'd doubtless spend time gathering information about his new surroundings before planning his next step. If Ishgard has a place like this one where people gather to drink and talk, he might go there first. Ask for a swordsman with blue hair and attire like mine, and I'm sure it won't be long until you find him. Alright, now. Physical DPS. Well, that reminds me. Yes, my portraits are all in order. Hello there, I take it you've spoken with Brooke Evu, willing to lend a hand? I am truly grateful. Then allow me to introduce myself. I am Shashepya, and I have traveled far from my village in the forests of Zaktaral in search for a brave soul to help us retrieve our stolen treasure. For generations have my people watched over the Dreamweave Cocoon, the vessel in which the power of the Swallowtail Tural Vidral is sealed. Before its ascension, the Swallowtail warded off would-be predators by assuming the form of more threatening butterflies, poison ones and the like, through its skill at mimicry. It became perfectly ultimate great moth. So it survived, day after day, summer after summer, until the dawn of its great new existence. It became capable of taking on the form of any creature with Crotch's path. Crotch's path? This fearsome power was sealed within the cocoon, and any who possess it command the self-same abilities. Indeed, the wielder too may assume the form of any manner of beast or man they've beheld. Ooh, that's gonna be tricky. Yet this mimicry is not limited to merely physical forms. No, the wielder may replicate the talents and abilities of their target, so long as such actions fall within their ken, that is. I'd like to see someone try to copy me. In an instant, they may become a master of the hunt, a twin blade-wielding viper, or a savage Brax with claws and fangs to gut whomsoever they please. It is this power which has protected my village from the predators of the forest, for though it grants many boons, the forest contains threats in equal measure. By donning the skins of its most formidable beast, we've kept ourselves safe for generations. Without the cocoon, my village's very survival is at risk. That is why we have sent our foremost hunter, Itoka, to ensure that it is reclaimed. She has never failed to capture her quarry, so I thought she would make short work of this ordeal. Yet there has been no word from her. I feel this may be a hunt she cannot undertake alone. It is for that reason that I wish to enlist the aid of one familiar with the lay of the land beyond the Great Sea, and one whose prowess in close quarters would complement her expertise with the bow. One of the villagers ran into the thief before he fled and said he intended to use the cocoon's powers in Kugane, which I understand is the name of a large settlement located far, far to the east. Please, for the sake of my home, set out for this eastern habitation and assist Itoka with retrieving the cocoon. I'm willing to cover my teleportation expenses. Yeah. Perfect for a ninja. Your willingness to aid is most reassuring. You have my heartfelt thanks. Upon arriving at the eastern land, it searched for a Vieira woman carrying a bow and dressed in similar attire to myself. If you visit a tavern like this one, I dare say you may find someone who has seen her. Alright, now. Ranged DPS. Greetings! So you have decided to aid my people in retrieving our treasure, yes? They will be glad to know my long and arduous journey from our homeland in the distant south of Yaktural was not in vain. As for the treasure we would have you recover, it contains the undying essence of an armadillo Tural Vidral. These steel hogs, as we call them, rely on their tough hides to protect themselves from predators. The legends speak of one that lived to an extraordinary age, perhaps due to its natural suit of armor, and came to be known as the Lord of the Forest. At the end of its long life, our ancestors enshrined the Vidra's soul within the steel hog vessel. For generations since, the divine blessings it bestowed have been a great boon to my people. Those under its protection need not fear wild beasts, for fang and claw cannot harm them. This allows us to hunt in the forest without risking our lives. This treasure, so crucial to our people, was stolen by a tall, slender merchant, or rather, a man posing as one. He came bearing exotic wares from foreign lands and served alcohol freely, toasting often to new friendships. My people became caught up in celebration, and in the morning, the merchant was gone, along with the steel hog vessel. Ah, classic ploy. Without it, we cannot bestow its blessing afresh upon our hunters. The effect wanes over time, and one by one, we are losing our protection against the savage predators that stalk our lands. As I and my granddaughter Sitolja still possess the treasure's blessing, we have been tasked with locating the steel hog vessel and returning it to the village. The trail led us here to Tuyololol, where we believe the perpetrator boarded the ship and made good his escape. The journey here has already pushed this decrepit body of mine beyond its natural limits, and a lengthy voyage by sea will likely be my end. Although I urged Sitolja not to make the crossing alone, she was determined to give chase. Given that you hail from across the ocean, your knowledge of those lands will prove invaluable to her. Not only that, but our quarry may use the steel hog vessel to his own ends. Only a skilled warrior can stand against such a foe, and Sitolja is no warrior. Looks like 2 shakes of an armadillo's tail. I am truly grateful. My granddaughter's first port of call is a place called Alamigo. You see, as the thief took all of his wares with him, the only clue left behind was an empty bottle of whatever grog he was serving. After asking the sailors here, it seems it was produced in Alamigo, and with no other leads, Sitolja set forth. Once you arrive, she shall not be difficult to find. These days, only a handful of Mamoja attempt the journey, most of them brutish mercenaries. Sitolja is a far daintier creature, and is sure to have made a favorable impression on the locals. May the steel hog watch over you. And now, Caster. Looks like that goes to Radzat Han. Oh, hello. Did Brook Evu send you to recover our stolen treasure? Thank the heavens, and judging by your accoutrements, you've learned in the arcane arts, yes? If so, we've need of your power and wisdom. Failing English already. Truth be told, it is wisdom that we require most. You see, even though the treasure has been guarded by our people for generations, we know little of its true nature. In ages past, the forests of our homeland were plagued with terrible beasts, a constant source of fear and danger. To combat this menace, our mages spent many moons researching the treasure, known as the Perch of the Apex. After unlocking its secrets, they were able to drive the monsters from the woods, bringing peace at last. With the threat all but eradicated, our forebears forbade any further use of the treasure and enshrined it within the village. As the years passed, we slowly forgot what it was to live in fear. Yet as our struggles faded to memory, stories surrounding the Perch of the Apex became legend, then myth. Now none living are certain of its true power. Yet the peace was shattered by a member of the Passage of the Unbound. The villain wheedled his way into our trust, then stole upon my husband, the treasurer's appointed guardian, catching him unaware with a terrible blow that left him unconscious. Simple knockout, eh? He has yet to awaken, so my daughter, Tepeke, has set forth to retrieve what was stolen. Unlike her father, she has no skill in the arcane arts and chose the path of the sword. That's why I've been seeking someone with the knowledge she lacks. Should the ancient power be unleashed, please, if you can find it in your heart to help Tepeke, I would be forever grateful. Alright then. His outfit is so slimming on me. At least the parts that look slim. Oh, thank you, thank you. Now, our only clue to the thief's whereabouts is from something he mentioned during his stay in our village. He spoke of his desire to bring change to a place called Radz at Han. That is where Tepeke decided to begin her search, so she boarded a ferry bound there, by way of Limsa Laminsa, with her trusted sword and shield close at hand. That's how you'll know her. She agreed to stay in Radzat Han to gather information until Aid arrived. I know nothing of the place, but it's likely she can be found in a marketplace or some such. Please bring our treasure and my daughter safely home. Alright, they're all picked up. Back to the main story. Phew, why am I lightheaded a little? I'm gonna blame it on a complete lack of oxygen this time. Must be because it's my left nostril that's unclogged. Always seems to draw in less air from that one. Master Ropley, I'm sorry I have to tell you this, but, Fontaine has agreed to sign the Pot Pact, yes? While it is a shame to lose the capable goldsmith, to have one of our own handpicked to serve the Third Promise is a great honor for Wachu. I appreciate your understanding. Of course, if you happen to know other talented artisans, regardless of their expertise, I hope you send them my way. If it could even be yourself if you're so inclined. No, I have got no crafting. And I don't intend to ever pick up any. I'll keep that in mind. Though my time here was brief, I will not forget your kindness, Master Ropley. I am blessed to have these workshops be my first home in Tuyalolol. Lololololol. Come back to us if the moblins cut you loose. You'll always have a job at Wachu. I expect you'll want to leave for Earthenshire as soon as possible. I'll go and pack my things. Ring, ring, ring. Phone call, phone call. What became of Fontaine? Were you able to find him? He did, and he's agreed to become a potsword. We'll leave when he's ready, but you still have a little time. Splendid. We shall meet you anon. I had plenty of reasons to win the contest, but now I have one more. Fontaine's putting his faith in me, and I won't let him down. Now unlock deliveries. Whoop-de-doo. Whatever those are. Okay, you know what? Yeah. There it is. Yeah, I have a whole tab that's pretty much open. I'll store those items. I'll start storing those items there as much as I can. Well, this should be interesting. Right then, I have some things to take care of at the palace. Well, you can pass the time however you like. I suggest you head back to the cabins. After all, even heroes need to rest, and we still have a big journey ahead of us. Aww. But I want to have a short little spar session with the big guy. After all, he's never fought a a universe saver, now has he? I'm sure he'd get a kick out of it. Door have opened up. Good. That is one nude warrior. Welcome back, madam. You've had a Landsguard messenger most anxiously waiting on your return. You and he may have the Third Promise's entourage. I've been all over the city looking for you. The Dawn Servant summons you to the palace. You are to present yourself to the gate guard and stationed outside Sun Perch at your earliest convenience. Oh, and one more thing. You are not to mention this visit to Wook Lamad. Don't tell me he's gonna ask me to quit. Oh. Ah. Still jazzy. Whoop. I was almost gonna faceplant into that. Ooh, is there actually gonna be a fight? The Dawn Servant awaits you within. While I was not informed of the reason for your audience in terms of attire, I would suggest full battle regalia. 6:55, I'm 2 over. Yep, I guess he wants to scrap. He did have a little spar with Estinian, so yeah, he'd probably want to give me a go. What's up, big man?
Forgive me this sudden summons. When I learned my daughter's champion was back in the city, I couldn't resist the opportunity.
All right, let's go, big man.
And they call me head of resolve for good reason. Old as I am, I have not lost a battle worthy of the name since the day I took the throne. And I've been craving a proper challenge. The lance wielder, Estinian, he fought well enough, but our bout was ended before a victor could be decided.
Oh, you'd be glad to hear that.
Judging by the sailors' gossip, you are a warrior of renown in your homeland.
Nobody's got more renown than me.
Yet I wonder, with all your deeds done and victories won, are you warrior enough to stand against me?
Hell yeah! I've fought bigger things than you. As long as neither of us gets too carried away.
Not even the slightest hint of fear. I knew you were no pretender.
Oh, thank you.
The battle rages upon me. I'll stop short of killing you, of course. But expect no other mercies.
All right, then. Same to you.
Come, ready your arms, and show me the truth of the tales.
All right, let's go. I've been wanting this for a while. Want my all? Then have my magic swords.
Let's test the waters.
1, 2. I need to pull back for this.
They didn't even blink.
Aha!
I see you know the Viper style.
I'm fighting his paladin though.
Let's see how you handle this.
Oh. Oh, I see. Gonna do some more? Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. Well, I'm just glad that he didn't inflict vulnerability.
The spearman did not lie. Very well then.
Oof!
Resolve and resume kingdom.
Oh yeah, he was about to do this before.
All right.
He's sleeping. Resolve only then. Whoa. So it's not even safe right here.
Ha! Did you think you had my measure?
Nah, not quite.
Take this!
Whoa!
Holding up?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wrong way! Ouch!
We're far from finished.
Yeah, I can see your health bar. I know that. One, two. Have I ever mentioned before how much I love my new moves?
No more holding back.
Doubling. Oh, okay. Stand here.
Stay alert.
And then stand over here. Tis but a scratch. Doubles again. Okay, stay here. And move from there. And stay away from there.
You fight well indeed.
Thank you. Alright, here he goes. He's gonna kick me, so I stand here. Haha! Gotcha that time. 1, 2. I'm so eager, I keep skipping parts of my rotation. This way. There. Not there. Gore. Right? Over here. Raises his leg like that and then he just spins.
You really are formidable.
Thank you. Same to you. Ah, this again. Oh, they've doubled. All right, right here, and then
We'll see what you're truly made of.
this could be trouble. All right, move over here. Oh, I see. They're just gonna do the X ones. No, wait a minute. Damn it. Crap. Ooh. Oh, I thought I failed that button mash.
That will do. You've shown me more than enough.
Woo! What a fight.
I brought my full strength to bear against opponents before, but you are the first to withstand it.
Oh, thank you.
Even with my head of reason asleep, I never expected you to give me so much trouble. Estinian did not exaggerate. You are a force to be reckoned with.
Oh, thank you. I see that all the stories about you are true as well. So other than for fun, was there a point to this?
Now, a confession. I said I'd crave a challenge, and that was no lie. But I had another reason for calling you here.
Thing in my
I
eye.
had to judge for myself if you were fit to attend my beloved daughter. In some respects, she is much like me. Hard-headed and prone to rush into danger. But one with your adamant defense could shield Lamati from those who would do her harm.
I've been doing so far.
Will you hear my question and answer me plainly? Address me not as the ruler of Tuliyola, but a concerned father.
No, I don't want to marry her.
Thank you. Then tell me, given your journey together thus far, what is your impression of Lamati?
Oh no, did my hair used to clip into my horn before? Dadgummit, now I hate it.
Whether it be as their promise or just a companion on the road, Speak your mind.
Young but has potential.
Ha! A tactful response, but agreed. She is not ready for the throne. Not yet. Lama Chi thinks she understands our many peoples. Their histories, their cultures, their beliefs. But she knows only what she's seen in the capital.
Exactly, she knows that, and that she's learning.
And it's not only her who concerns me. Even this early in the contest, you must have realized. As potential rulers, all 4 claimants are lacking.
Yeah,
This
some more
is
than
why
others.
I elected to hold the right of succession. Not to choose a fitting candidate, but to cultivate one.
I mean, yeah, it was pretty obvious to me.
And if no one has impressed me by the end of it, then to no one will I yield my throne.
Okay, but you're gonna have to kill the two-headed one, because you know he's not gonna take that lying down.
As a parent, I pray that my children rise to the occasion. With outsiders dragged into my game, I am also hopeful that the different perspectives you and your companions have to offer will inspire them to grow.
The things we have seen, the things we have done.
I imagine you in particular have traveled many lands, know many peoples and cultures, loved them and being loved in turn.
Did I ever tell you how I went to the edge of the universe?
Guide Lama Chi as you think best. Walk at her side and, when needed, push her to walk ahead.
And push her onto boats.
I knew it.
How'd you get here so quickly from the door?
There I was, about to sit down for some of Namika's cooking, when I heard that Papa had sent for you. You were dueling behind my back, weren't you?
Hopefully that's all she heard.
I see there is no point in denying it. You needn't worry, daughter. I took care not to inflict lasting injuries.
It's okay, you didn't, and neither did I.
You and your ally may return to the contest without disadvantage. No harm done.
Yep.
I swear, just as I was learning newfound respect for my father.
So that's what he embarrasses you with, huh?
Let's take our leave of this battle-mad oaf before he calls on the rest of my entourage.
Let's hope that's all she heard.
Watch over her, champion. Kona's recruits are no less sharp, as one might expect of Gallup's countrymen. They saw the flaws in our claimants from the outset. The other two, though, they dismiss comrades willing to point out their shortcomings, and no good can come of it.
Of course. Yes men bring nothing. That was fun. Kindly battle maniacs like that are some of my favorite characters. If he had his way, Papa would keep dueling until the day he dies. Even now, I know of only 3 people who did need to be carried away after their bouts. Zoro Ja, your lance-wielding friend Estinian, and yourself. You really do live up to your fearsome reputation. I'm curious though, did Papa want anything else of you? Yeah, small favor, nothing more. Well, if that's all it was. Number 4 you go. I still haven't had one bite of Namika's food thanks to Papa's nonsense, so I'm going back to finish my plate before I head out. Oh, did they save it for you? I've otherwise asked everyone to meet at 4 odd cabins. Come and join us after you've had a moment to recover, eh? Oh, whoops. Went right past it. Alright, it's a full cabins. Keep forgetting that. Alright, we're all here. Oh, right. Forgot about him. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Is that it? You're all set to go? I left the Orza prepared to travel in search of work, so I had few belongings to begin with. Bidding farewell to my fellow artisans took rather a lot of time, however. Again, I appreciate you making this commitment, Fonjontaine. Shall we depart for Earthenshire, then? A word before you go. I wonder how we heard that. I guess he would have yelled? Wook Evu, what are you doing here? Ah, I spend my days correcting manners, and here I am perpetrating the grave offense of delaying the third promise's departure. Oh no, here we go again. Please take up your axe and rend my flesh into taco meat. Ew, too chewy. Must your demands be so gruesome? Besides, I told you that kind of thing doesn't bother me. Alright then, I won't let it bother me either. It's friggin' routine. What was that all about? It's just a thing he does, don't bother. I'd come to the city to purchase supplies when I spotted your entourage getting ready to leave. You seek the City of Gold, if I'm not mistaken. That's right, it's the final step of the rite of succession. If you know anything about the subject, I'd love to hear it. Then allow me to be of service. As you know, legends of the Golden City have been passed down in Tyrol for 1,000 years. Yet when it comes to describing the place itself, the stories do not always agree. Some portray it as one might expect, a glittering metropolis of golden towers. Others suggest it is more unassuming and owes the name to a fabulous treasure hidden at its heart. Wait a minute. Suddenly got an idea. Every telling, however, has a common thread. Those who go in search of the Golden City do not return. And yet the Dawn Servant came back. The lesson could be learned from this third promise is that to seek the legend is to court death. I must implore you to proceed with the utmost care. That is all I wish to say. I shall pray for your safe journey. Thank you, Wook Evu. Whatever, Wook Evu. What are we to make of these cautionary tales? If every expedition has ended in tragedy, how then did the Dawn Servant find the city and return without incident? It seems the legend originated with the Yakhoi. Speaking with them remains our strongest lead, I feel. A lead we shall follow in time. But first, let us see Fonfontaine safely into the Moblin's care. Ah, I forgot my sensor bar again. Every time. Meanwhile, in Kozama Uka.
Finding a willing artisan was even easier than expected. Many indeed are eager to curry favor with the Resilian sun, especially if it means sharing the promise of new territories.
Those who prove useful will have all the land they desire.
And those who do not will be killed?
Such generous words, yet the manner in which he speaks them.
He desperately needs a PR man.
Of value. Wherefore does he seek to bring the world to heel?
Order? Oh boy.
Step aside.
Remind me. There was no rule against poaching craftsmen from other claimants. Was there?
Do not be foolish, Bakool Jaja.
Foolish would be carrying on with these dull feats when all I need to win are the keystones. And besides, it's long past time I humble this arrogant one-head.
Are you gonna get humbled instead?
The Donser
sure hope so.
sired you against all odds. But there is nothing blessed about your birth. Only a two-head is fit to rule. Only we are worthy. Draw your weapon. Face me in battle and learn your place.
What about the other three?
A moment, first promise. Leave him alive, if you would. I foresee a use for this nuisance.
What are you, a seer?
Too scared to make the first move? Then allow me!
Ah! Humbled with one blow. What a loser.
But he's just a runt.
My thanks for your restraint.
I can kill him whenever I please.
Yeah, seems like it.
Your part in this is far from over.
Ugh. Yep, he was the biggest loser in this all. Never stood a chance. And here we are. We're back, and we've brought us with us a willing potsworn. This is Fonfontaine, a talented goldsmith who once worked at Eshtaim's Aesthetics in Ulda.
Wonderful, impressive. You are first to return, third promise. And with an artisan from across the salt, no less. We welcome you and your unique skills to Earthenshire. Helphand will show you to the work pot.
This is it then. I look forward to hearing you proclaim Dawn Servant. Thank you, Fonfontaine. I'll be sure not to disappoint you. Do it for Dad.
You have met the requirements for the Feat of Pots. Ready Rock presents your keystone with joy smiles and well-wishing.
That makes 3. Yeah.
More Potsworn candidates? Come, come, tell Ready Rock your tales.
Another feat accomplished, another keystone acquired. No. Oh, you are doing well. I expected nothing less of Zoroja's esteemed siblings. Your cleverness in particular is most admirable, Second Promise. We must have you apply that Charlian knowledge you so cherish and arm Tyrol with weapons of Magitech design. In your role as the new Dawn Servant's chief advisor, of course. You rose to the bait, you fool. The tools of war hold no interest for me. I wish only to improve our nation through practical innovations. Foreign powers will think twice about testing our strength once Tuyololo is known for its advanced technology, just as the Garlean Empire was deterred from invading Charlian. That may well be true, but how long will it take Tuyololo to progress to this advanced state? How many years? With a collective commitment to education and hard work, it should not take so very... Your way is too slow. Easier to expand our territory and swallow Charlian whole. Conquer other nations through force of arms, and you're looking at a future of uprisings and bloodshed. Yours wouldn't be the first failed empire. Then we keep fighting until the mounting costs convince them to lay down their weapons. Until all have grown tired of loss. How would such an outcome bring anyone joy? What you propose is a mockery of peace.
Ready Rock is reminded of days long ago. In the time before Tuyololo, there were no pot packs for the Potsworn. It was normal to grab snatch artisans and force them to work for mobbies. Until the day Gulal Jaja arrived, the families of the grab snatch pleaded with him, and so he came to Earthenshire. Mobbies are not a war make people. War make people. War make people. We feared death had come for us, but Gulal Jaja just wanted to talk.
Huh, he was smaller. Be at ease, we are here to trade words, not blows. The goldwork crafted in this village is superb. One can tell at a glance the quality of materials used, the mastery of technique employed. Yet it does not stir the heart. A goblet shaped by bound hands and broken spirit is devoid of luster. Compare that now to the works of a joyful artisan. She pours her very soul into her creations, and they shine like the newly risen sun. Have you not seen this to be true?
And so began the custom of good living. Happy potsworn make good works, and good works make mobbies happy. Kulo Jaja's words were wise. Joy smiles did indeed bring fine craft and much jingly shine.
So the head of reason was behind the forging of pot packs.
Yes, reason and clever think changed Bobby's way of life.
The first promise tires of your talk of olden days. You would rather look to the future and to the next feat. Yeah, that's creepy. We should be getting on as well. Where the heck is everybody going? Bakool Jaja never did come back, did he? No loss.
Do you have a moment, Third Promise? Rakarok would repay you for hand-helping with Kahi. He brings a tale of the Golden City.
Really? I'd love to hear it.
The towers, the streets, all fashioned from gold. Everywhere you look, every splendor you can imagine.
Yep, this is further solidifying my idea of what the Golden City will look like.
The young, the old, and everyone in between, they live in golden happiness. A city of eternal bliss, forever perched above the clouds.
Everything fashioned from gold, eh? And just imagine everyone living in golden happiness. Now that's a city I'd like to visit. Excuse me, Rakarok, where did you hear that particular tale?
From our longtime Yakuri friends. They live up in the mountains in Urkopacha.
The giants again. Seems everything is pointing us their way. This feat and everything leading up to it has taught me much about the Moblin way of life. I'll be sad to leave Earth and Shadow near Joy Smiles behind. How can you tell? They have masks on. Only Tibet Gray really liked it here. Right, we should go and see the giants next. Agreed. Golden mysteries notwithstanding, their village is featured prominently in the saga and is not to be ignored. The Urkopacha Highlands should be easy enough to reach from here. If we leave Earth and Shire from the west, there's a road which leads up into the mountains. Let's find that first. Ooh, so much stuff to do later. I also did some, let's see here. There we go. As much Aether Currenting as I could in this area. Kozama Uka. Urkopacha, that had some areas I was not able to get to, so I had to leave that alone. Hi-ho, Sheila. Someone in the chat. Life has many fires, Ed boy. Whew, that's a steep up. Looks like the trail is going to get steep from here on. I hope everyone is ready for some climbing. I have Sheila, so I'm good. Third promise. I'm glad I caught you. Redrock asked me to bring you back to the village. What's this about? She says there's something she forgot to give you. Huh? Something other than the keystone? Yes, an item of great importance, or so I was told. It shouldn't take long. If you would please follow me. This seems suspicious. I wonder what this is all about. Well, no need for everyone to come. I'll be back in a little while. I don't trust this. This is taking quite a while. Just keep waiting for now, I suppose. Ah, there we go. Pulled my thumb. Perhaps there were complications? Well, let us wait a little while longer. What do you think, my little golem? This is getting a little ridiculous. Did she get lost on the way back to find us? But how? There's only the one road. I wouldn't underestimate Wuk-Lamat's sense of direction, or lack thereof. Fortunately, she has a link pearl. Let's see what's keeping her, shall we? No answer? Some kind of interference. She's not responding. Perhaps we should all return to Earthenshire. 'Twas Redirock who had business with her, yes? Hi-ho, Sheila! Hold on. Alright, not quite enough. Been keeping track of that ever since the credendum gear became way more affordable. I've been grabbing what I could from my grinding, which has really helped boost a lot of item levels.
Back again, Sir Surin?
We've came to look for Wuk-Lamat. Did you not send someone to fetch her?
Redirock did not. Neither has she seen the third promise since you were last here.
Yeah, I figured as much. Then who was that man who came for her? Oh, I thought you'd left already. Where is Lamati? Is she not with you? There's some guy with dark skin, red hair, I think. You don't know where she is? How could you let this happen? That thou shouldst worry for thy sister is understandable, yet rather than assign blame, thy energies are better spent on locating her. I will help you search. This is not how I'd wish a fellow claimant to lose the contest, my sister least of all. In that case, dividing our forces will allow us to cover more ground. Yuihime and I should work together, at least, the better to facilitate communication between our groups. I don't understand the logic, but sure. Then the rest of us will split up. Report in should you find anything. We'll be on our way as well. Right, keep in touch. Come, we should begin our search. I'm getting closer and closer. I hate it. Ow. If Lamati was returning to Earthenshire from the west, then she should have passed through here, except Redrock swears she didn't see her, in which case it's entirely possible that Lamati never made it back to the village at all. Well, in that case, we should have seen where she went, because there's no cover of any kind. Alright, fine then. Kind of goofy, really. Threatening to tear my jaw apart.
The third promise? Nobby has been standing at his post with diligent eye-watchings. He has seen no claimants pass this way.
What of a Tonawatwa with brightly colored hair?
Nobby knows something of this one. He hears tongue flaps about a peddler in many fires who was attacked by a crazy-hair bandit on the road.
A bandit, you say? Thank you, you've been most helpful. My sister is clearly not here, though I wish it were otherwise. We must consider the possibility that the Tonawatwan messenger and the brigand described by the sentry are one and the same, and that Lamati is in very real danger. Come, let us hurry to Many Fires. I'd like a word with this peddler, should they still be around. And warping. Was there something I could help you with? I'm told you were the victim of a bandit attack. Could you recount exactly what happened? My goodness, I thought I recognized you. I'll tell you everything I remember. Sir, I can promise. I can't stop it! Just drinking water just gives me... more so than the Coke, if not just as much. It was that scoundrel Wakwesa who ambushed me. You know the name of your attacker? There's no mistaking that hair. All my peddler friends have stories of that notorious bandit leader and his predations. Wakwesa and his gang will stoop to any low for the sake of a few pel, and with no fresh quarry coming up the broken stairs, they've had to become more creative. I wonder if that ever gets fixed. Little wonder he went after Lamati. He likely thinks to ransom her for a royal sum. I expect he'll soon make his demands, but I don't intend to wait. We'll find this villain first and deliver his deserved payment in person. What say you to a small deception? I will assume the role of a well-to-do merchant to lure Wakwesa out of hiding. Are you sure? I'm pretty sure you'd be recognized. Then when he comes sniffing about, we catch the rat by the tail. Bleh. An excellent plan, and I have just the right garments for your disguise, at a specially discounted price, of course. A brush with bandits hasn't dampened your mercantile spirit, I see. Very well, I accept your generous deal. I don't know, I still feel like the glasses and the hair give him away. I will precede you into Many Fires to make my presence known. You follow on behind, boasting to those along the way how you paid me a hefty purse in exchange for a rare gemstone or some such. If Wakwesa is as coin-hungry as they say, then a recently enriched peddler should be an irresistible mark. We let him strike, and then we spring our trap. Lie? I can do that. As long as there's no penalty for being at a distance or anything. Yeah, I could walk too. Happy, the imaginary deal. A rare gemstone from the Haraseto merchant, you say? I envy the profit you must have made from such a sale. Since the stairs were destroyed, I have not been able to peddle goods in my usual haunts. Good start, but I would make certain Wakesa is aware of me. Let's continue. Ah, to the Moblin. Oh, I didn't even have to look it up. It was just right there. How handy.
Had Sorrow sold you a sparkle stone for your collection? Well, that explains your giant joy smiles. Mobby is happy for your happiness. Mobby is also jealous of the merchant and all the jingly shine he must have made.
If I could stop making air bubbles, that would be great. Ah, the Cheery Pelu. That's our target. I wonder if these giants that we keep hearing about aren't actually that giant. Be funny. A passing peddler had the very gemstone you sought for your collection? That is a stroke of luck. And I'll wager the merchant was just as pleased to fill his pockets with your grateful coin, eh? Well, I'm inspired to go and earn some pel of my own. Who knows, maybe opportunity will find me even as it found you. Oh-ho. Easy. Let's see. Traveling with such a fat purse and no sellswords is tempting fate, so I shall make Earthenshire my last stop and then return forthwith to Tuyololo. Oh yeah, that's the guy. Did you see? The rat has come for a nibble. So says the cat. You played your part to perfection, a woman of many talents, just as Thancred and Urianger described. Now let us lure Wakesa out and spring our trap. Let us execute the final stage of the plan. I will set out towards Earthenshire alone and unarmed, the better to sell the act of a defenseless merchant. Assuming Wakesa is watching, he will likely wait for some quiet stretch of the road before accosting me. I'll be relying on you to follow closely behind, remaining hidden until the time comes to spring the trap on our bandit king. Just remember, we need him alive. Closer than I thought it would be. God, those things are freaky. I'm gonna do it from the front. If I were a ninja, I could just walk right next to him and be hidden. Thank goodness I'm not having to actually do this, because those stealth segments that were introduced, like in Endwalker, sucked. Ah, here they are. I hear business has been good to you, Master Merchant. How about you share some of the profits? And by some, I mean every coin you have.
My turn.
You're that gemstone collector. Oh, I see what this is. We've been tricked. Spit in your eye. Men, kill these Vidral. Well. Slippery vermin. We'll have to interrogate his underlings instead. If you would be so kind, pray leave them capable of speech. I don't know. I may stab through a cheek or two. My ultimate AoE moves. I hope you enjoyed. Well, it looks like I killed them. Whoopsies. Oh, never mind. I was hoping to talk with your boss, but I suppose you three will have to do. Wait, that's the second promise. What do you want with us? You think I'm scared of a fancy title? I'll take your royalties as a trophy, as soon as I get free of these ropes. Point your gun at them. I know your gang is behind my sister's abduction. Tell me where she is. Eat pack of shit, salt lover. You'll get no answers from us. That's right, we don't serve you. Do not play games with me. Where is Wuklamat? Oh, he mad now. I am fast losing patience. Talk now or die. The choice is yours. We were hired to nab the third promise, that's all. We don't know where they took her. Hired by whom? We won't tell that either. Only Wakesa knows. He's the one who took the job. Well, it seems we needed their leader after all. Once I've arranged for the Lands Guard to take custody of these criminals, I'll call on Thancred and his tracking skills. Perhaps you could pursue Wakesa in the meantime. I have too much air. I have a lack of air. Which is it, body? The bandit was running in an easterly direction. Should you locate him, I suggest you shadow him rather than force a confrontation. He might lead us to where Lamati is being held. I wish I could fly. Actually, hold on. Let's see here. That will probably give Aether Currents. That will too. It might lead into a third that would give me the final Aether Current. After that, I would be able to fly. Almost missed my turn. Oh, found him. Looks like he didn't try to get very far. Again, if I were ninja, I could just go invisible. Ah, damn it! No. I said these sucked earlier, and they do. Oh, sightseeing spot. No time for it, though. Uh-oh, shit, shit, shit. Oh, never mind, he kept going. Fucking hell, I was behind the rock. I totally broke line of sight, you cheating. These suck. Yeah, that's better. Grab this. Oh, that's actually a pretty good distance. Damn it! None of my classes with Peloton are a good enough level either. Fuck! Walk in on a tailing mission? You did! Such things should not exist in an MMO, especially when there's only one class that can truly stealth. It's a tad jank in that I'm pretty sure I at least broke line of sight when I was behind that rock. I wasn't cozied up to it like it probably wants me to be, but I'm absolutely certain I wasn't in sight. Right, behind the rock. Behind this rock. And behind this one. Yep, he did turn, as I thought. Yep. Okay. That could have been close. Behind the tree. Ubigo, huh? I forgot what race that was. Okay, that looks like something that... Fuck. Oh, okay, thank goodness. Oh. Please, Yoshi P. These suck. Never let us do these again. Oh, I see. It was one of Bakool's lackeys. Finally! My money! Give it to me now. The Landsguard may be hunting us already. Calm yourself. We had our own troubles finding a suitable hideaway. Right. We're finished. Take your prize and leave me out of the rest. Such hostility! You were hurting for coin, and I offered you gainful employment out of the kindness of my heart. Kindness? You brought a blackened tempest upon us! I wonder if he's talking about me. One look and I could tell that woman was a killer. Oh, yep, he's talking about me. A butcher, a salted devil in the flesh. Aw, you say such sweet things. Oh, spare me your fearful bleating. Go on, scamper away now before the scary mercenary comes to claim your head. Koana told me the news. You found the abductor then? What's the situation? Speaking with the lizard man. And you think the bandits were hired by this Hubigo? Alright, new strategy. Forget Wakessa and stay on the Mamulja's tail. We don't want to endanger the third promise, so keep your distance until we're certain they have her. Please, not again, please. No! Fucking hell! No! God damn it! Pain, very much pain. The fact that I can't keep him in view most of the time is one of the worst bits. Nope. Yes, you are. Uh-oh. Trying to get an idea of where it is we're going. Okay, to the dock area. Whoop! Oh. So glad it ended there. There's the manatee. What the heck is he doing now? He's letting the manatee free?
Better late than never.
You or me?
That Mamulja. He's the one who kidnapped Wook Lamart.
Sort of?
So we're still unsure. If we can follow him a bit longer, confirm his connection to the Abductions.
You do it! I'm not doing any more of that!
That will complicate matters.
How? Uh-oh, he's being rash.
Confound it!
If I set out now, I can trail them along the riverbank.
Do it!
Even if it costs you the contest.
What worth is the throne if I lose my sister to win it?
You know what? He's redeemable.
Very well then. I'll send word when I locate her. Till then, I suggest you save your strength. A rescue attempt could turn ugly.
I kind of hope it does.
That Hubigo just now. I swear I've seen him with Bakool Jaja.
Me too.
Knowing the way that monster works, he probably hired bandits to kidnap her so he could steal her keystones. But even alone, my sister is more than a match for a gang of untrained ruffians. She must have been ambushed or deceived.
Most likely.
Gah! I should have been there! If those bastards have hurt her!
Aw, it's kind of sweet. I thought you were the cool-headed one. No, let's not do that now. Come on now, trust in Thancred. He used to be a rogue, you know.
I do trust him, but... Forgive me. Snapping at you won't get my sister back.
That's better.
I'm afraid I've always been like this when it comes to Lamachi. The thought of her being in danger sends me into a panic.
Aww.
But isn't that how families should be?
Yes.
These days, Turali Mikote live however they please. But the clan into which I was born kept to the nomadic traditions of our ancestors. They herded their own neck across the plains, always moving with the seasons.
Ready the what now?
During one such migration, my birth parents left me behind. A child. All alone. Without a single word of explanation.
You were home alone.
A chance encounter with a kind Pelu merchant was the only reason I survived. Taking pity on me, he taught me his trade that I might fend for myself. I became a stallkeeper in Tuliyolal's market. And that is where the Dawn servant found and adopted me. I had already been in the palace some time when Lamachi came to join us. Like me, she had been cast aside by her parents.
I knew the pain of solitude and wanted to spare her that suffering. As this tiny child's new brother, I swore I would always be there for her.
But then you went off to Charlian and left her.
So, as you might now understand, I will stop at nothing to rescue her.
Good to hear.
While we await word from Tancred, I suggest we prepare ourselves to travel downriver. You have a boat, yes?
I have a walking tank.
Why release the Ponity if not to delay pursuit? If we were unsure of their guilt before, then this surely proves it. Before we act, however, let us regroup with your comrades. Would you mind making the call?
I'll whip up my Kirby cell phone and call him up. When you're in trouble, call for backup.
Understood. We'll meet you at Many Fires.
Many Fires, aka California! I may have put rescuing Lamati ahead of my own progress, but do not take that to mean I've given up on the contest. Of course not. You understand how important she is to me. Yet regardless of how close we were, I would have made the same choice. After all, if I am incapable of saving my sister while also winning the throne, then I am not fit to inherit our father's heavy mantle. Atta boy. Oh, I thought I would get something from that. We need to gather our forces. Firstly, allow me to brief everyone on our present situation. He's not good. Thus, at the very least, we believe this Hubigo knows where Lamati has been taken. Tancred is shadowing their boat even as we speak, and I should like to join him with all haste. Unfortunately, our quarry had the foresight to release your punity from its harness, leaving us without the means to give pursuit. Ervil, as an expert on wildlife, what are our chances of recapturing the beast? With the right mix of feed, we can be done. I should like an extra hand to help scatter it about, however. Let me guess, me? Yeah, me. Gotta do everything around here. Meanwhile, the rest of us should work on getting the harness repaired. It appears to have been damaged when the punity was let loose. With all the peddlers here in camp, we should have little trouble purchasing replacement materials. As for any unnecessary metalwork, Earthenshire's artisans are but a short walk away. Then let us divide the tasks and have at it. There was an unusually aggressive herd of wild punities downriver, so our girl will have fled in the opposite direction. Come, we'll try the waters upriver. La 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 la. Not that far upriver. I was expecting further. Whoa, whoa. Now that's a crazy mount. Excuse me, I need to do this. Die! Assuming our Punity has come this way, she'll be hiding in the depths of Marsh Ligaka. We'll need to lure her back to the shallows with the promise of food. Wild Punities eat mainly aquatic grasses and plants. The tame ones are often fed vegetable scraps. Knowing this, I added leftovers to the feed I've prepared. This should help the mixture stand out against the marsh's natural scents. Ligaka is crawling with predators, however, so I'll leave it to you to scatter feed deeper in. I'll be waiting for you near the shallows with the rest of our Punity's enticing feast. That is a long walk. If only they thought to up the foot speed of amounts as well as, like they did in the original areas. Yeah, music's good though. And I can still open fire at least. Ick. Marbles. One here. Already off at him, I don't mind running. La 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 la. You know, this seems a little too shallow. Is it going to end up beaching itself around here? All set. I've just finished laying out the last of the bait. Step back out of sight and leave the rest to me. Here she is. Oh yeah, that's right, they can do that. Shh, there's nothing to be afraid of. We just need your help one last time. You're hungry, I wager. Come on, come with me. Yes, there's a good girl. We'll be fine here, I think. I'll give her a few more treats, then lead her over to the boat. You can let Koana know that we have our Punity back. This is a goofy little twang, twang, twang. Don't know what it is, but I love it. We found the manatee. Erinville has the Punity in hand, then? Good. I expected... nothing less from a certified gleaner. As for the harness, we were able to purchase all the parts we need. Levier twins are over in right now, having the Potsworn make the repairs. I'm told it shouldn't take long. We'll be ready to embark on our rescue mission as soon as we hear from Thancred. Woohoo! Aha! There's the Aether Current. Thancred must have known something by now. You found her? Understood. Thank you. I had to, but to invoke his name. Speak of the devil. Well, the once possessed by an Asian. Thancred followed the Hubigo's boat to its destination and confirmed that they are indeed holding my sister captive. They, of course, being Bakool Jaja and his minions. I swear I'll make them regret this. Lamati is in rich leaf tunnels. The moment the harness is repaired, we strap in the punity and make our way down on Ihu Katumu. Hello. So, is that going to be the next trial then? Since I just hit 93? Duty, that is. I just can't tell the difference between any of them. Oh, nope, back here.
Thancred.
The third promise is up ahead. She's unharmed, but we best not dally.
There's our lost kitty.
I spit on these pathetic feats. Far more satisfying to claim the baubles by force.
Give it back! Forzanten poured his everything into that stone. You've no right to touch it.
He only wants the one?
Oh, was that the name of your artisan? How could you allow something so precious to be stolen?
You thieving cheat! You're no true claimant!
What does that make the foolish kitty who fell into my trap? If pitiful roars were all it took to claim the throne, you'd be first in line.
Now, brother. You shouldn't tease her. Look, the poor thing's on the verge of tears. Meow. Someone save me.
Why do people want to fuck this guy?
Who did that?
Oh, so close to the eye.
His scales are as thick as his skulls.
You hit his helmet.
Coward! You dare ambush me?
Yeah, you've got no right to talk.
'Tis the blessed sibling's favorite tactic.
That useless Buddha was sycophant. He was supposed to keep the lackeys running in circles.
Oh, you must tell me all about that.
The eye! Aim for the eye! One of them has bigger eyes than average. You can't frickin' miss them.
Careful now. You wouldn't want to hit her hostage.
That one's not to be underestimated.
You bet I'm not.
They can do nothing while we have.
Ha ha ha! Nice catch. Even though she is, like, you know, about a good foot bigger than you.
Impeccable timing.
Amachi, are you all right?
Yeah, that must have hurt.
Aye, thanks to you.
It really is too bad Thancred didn't take off a hand.
These weaklings think they can defy us? We'll slaughter the lot of them!
Patience, brother. The keystone is ours. There is no need to fight this day. And Zoralja has left us hurting.
Oh, still feeling a bruise from that?
I won't stop until I gut these maggots and feed them their entrails!
If we fall here, we fail our siblings for nothing. Is that what you want?
No, brother. Break off! We retreat!
Wait! Damn you, Bakool Jaja!
Solar flare! Ah, Discord light theme.
Do we give chase?
We head back. Namachi is safe. And that is what matters.
I have grass in me, everything but word. Oh yeah, that really tore his shoulder, apparently. I am glad to see you unharmed, Lamati. But where's her... Oh, there's her axe. Thanks again for coming to my rescue, Koana. And all of you, too. Bakool Jaja must be desperate indeed to resort to such aggressive tactics. I shouldn't have been so careless. I underestimated him, and it cost me a keystone. Fonjaintain upended his life so that I could accomplish the Moblin's feat. He believed in me, believed in my cause, and I've let him down. We'll just take it back next time we see him. Yeah, take back what was stolen. Yes, we'll do exactly that. The next time I meet that brute, I'll knock him straight on his scaly behind and take back my keystone. Speaking of vengeance, didn't Bakool Jaja curse some useless Bunewa sycophant when he caught sight of us? A reference to Sariel Ja, I would assume. He is devoted to our brother and is the only Buniwa I know of participating in the rite of succession. Oh, right, him. If Zoral Ja was somehow involved in this, I will never forgive him for putting our sister in danger. He will have forfeited his right to be called brother. Ooh, strong. The glasses didn't even move. Ahem. Bakool Jaja should face punishment, of course, but so must the bandits who had the temerity to abduct Lamiti. I shall request that Father send a contingent of Landsguard to enforce the law in this region. I agree that measures need to be taken to keep travelers safe. But I wonder what pushed these people towards a life of banditry in the first place. If we dig deeper, we might find a way to improve things for everyone. Hey, and that's what makes her the true successor. 'Tis something to think about. For now, however, the rite continues. I thank you all for your help. We should be moving on as well. Are you feeling fit to travel, Woodlamat? You bet I am. Zoral Jazz gained a good head start, and it's time we clawed back some lost ground. I really am sorry this happened. From now on, I won't let my guard down around suspicious strangers. And again, I do appreciate you all coming to save me. Ah, yes. That's very necessary. Hey, food stuff. Ah, we finally get to see the giant folks. I've been wanting to for so long. Mostly because I've been wondering how big they really are. The road beckons, friends. Let's be on our way to the Yakhui. Then it's back to where the path through the mountains begins. You remember the spot where you were tricked into walking off with Wakesa? Just going to rub my face in it like that, eh? I wonder if he's raising my hackles on purpose, though. You know, trying to keep my anger directed at him instead of myself. Maybe. Either way, we can't be standing around here all day. We have a lot of lost time to make up for. So many side quests to pick up and do. What are they asking? Ah, still 90. Great. I can do that with other classes and get a little experience for them. Not a lot, since, like, side quests start to give, like, a third of what main quest experience points do, but still. It's something. I couldn't leave without letting Redirak know what happened, so I stopped in Earthenshaft to say a few words before moving on. Didn't give you a replacement, did she? And now Erenva's nowhere to be seen. Couldn't you wait a few more moments? So much for giving him the benefit of the doubt. Come on, let's catch up. I want to give that smug gleaner a piece of my mind. I worried Wuklamot would agonize over the loss of her keystone, but it seems I had nothing to be concerned about. Onwards and upwards, then. Yeah, just tell us if you need to be picked up, though. It looks quite steep, and I'm sure that would be a problem for a Lalafell. Eh? Give me that one then. Aha! I'm in the other half, just as I thought I would be. As I'm sure you've noticed, the air grows thin at this elevation. Take it slow until your body adjusts. Deep breaths, drink plenty of water. Describing average streamer upkeep. A few more steps and we'll be in Warlar's Echo. Echo, echo, echo. Bloodsucker. Ah, the Chupacabra. Sometimes I feel like I need to be put on a rack for my back. Just secure my arms and legs and pull! Or give me the window shade from Muppet Treasure Island. I think I'm getting used to the air up here. So this is the place from the Lay of Proof, where Papa met with the Yakhoi. Oh my god, they're ugly. Yuck. And that must be them. I don't think I've ever actually seen one outside of a picture. So it is for most Turali. The giants rarely visit the lowlands. Here in their mountain fastness, they tend to a solemn duty they pledge to undertake in their pact with the Dawn Servant. To watch over the Tural Vitral Valle Garmanda and maintain its prison within their temple. Ah yes, Book Lamat told us about the Tural Vitral, creatures that live for far longer than normal and awaken to strange powers. Indeed, even among these anomalies, Valle Garmanda is unrivaled in strength. It has endured for centuries, bringing catastrophe each time it emerges from its lair. As you learned in the Lay of Ice, it was Gulu Jaja who at last managed to imprison the beast, and it has lain dormant in the temple ever since. Somebody's gonna break that open, I just know it. It is said that the building still bears a gaping hole in its ceiling from when Valle Garmanda was lured inside by Gulu Jaja's final ploy. Yep, I can see it. I'd like to see the strongest of all Tural Vitral. I wonder what it was like to fight it. Yeah, let's not tempt fate here. Warlord's Echo was where both the Lay of Proof and the Lay of Ice took place. Does this not suggest we'll be facing 2 feats this time? That's a question we can ask the Elector once we find him. Or maybe we should flush out Bakool Jaja first so I can beat my keystone out of him. Let's work on this first. Blah 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 blah. I suppose we do still have 4 keystones to earn, and no matter what we do, the contest will pit us against him sooner or later. Yep, no rush. Alright, let's seek out the Elector. Then I suggest we pay a visit to Karyorzar the Gracious, or so their temple is called. The Moblins told me that High Luminary Gerfurler, and here I thought Lalafells had weird naming conventions, is to be found there. If we are to ask someone for information, then he seems a wise choice. Ow, ow, ow. Adjust underwear. Oof. Ugh. I don't know what's worse about them. Their weird hair, their head shape, or their fish eyes. Or the fact that they seem to have toes on their feet. I mean, not toes, thumbs on their feet. Ugh. They're also a lot smaller than I thought they'd be. Let's see if I can convince the guards to let us through. I am Wuklamat, third promise of Tuyulolol, and I seek your elector for the right of succession. May I speak with Gerfurler? The High Luminary has granted admittance to the claimants. You may enter. Huh, that is easier than expected. In we go then. Gods, is that? Aye, Valle Garamanda. It's like a dragon Feng Guang. I can't wait to kill it! Because I know some fool is gonna end up releasing it. High Luminary Gerfurler. Oh, I god, you don't look any different from any of the others. What the heck? He is not here at present. I am Luminary Zermurwer. His freaking names. Just imagining new ones in my head like Zeligui or something. Just like so ridiculous. This is the Skyruin Valley Garmanda. It is the Tural Vidra whose name has evoked terror since time immemorial. Why do you look angry all the time? Even my people, once conquerors of all beneath the sun, were as brittle leaves before Valley Garmanda's tempestuous power. When the Sky Ruin descended upon Urkopacha 8 decades ago, the casualties were staggering. Had Gulul, Jaja, and his companions not intervened, we would have been slaughtered to the last. Their titanic battle with Valley Garmanda raged for 10 days and 10 nights. As their foe fought on, tireless and relentless, our heroes were pushed beyond the limits of their endurance. Thus did the Head of Reason concoct a desperate plan. Gulul Jaja tricked the Sky Rune into losing control of its own ice magics, causing the unwitting Tural Vidra to encase itself in frozen aether. Ha! Stupid bird. And it's been like this ever since. Nice work, Papa. But what happens if the ice ever melts? It said it was frozen aether, so that's different from plain ice. And I'm having trouble getting something out of my eye. That same question looms large in our minds, for the magic sustaining its prison grow weaker with each passing year. Valley Garmanda commands powers of fire and lightning and ice. Some believe that the violence of the recent storm was the result of those energies slipping free. That raging tempest from Valley Garmanda? Setting future worries aside, you are come to attempt the fate of Proof. Feet of Proof. Yes, the High Luminary, chosen elector of the Dawn Servant, has left me with instructions for all aspiring claimants. You are to scour our forbidding mountains and find the waiting Gerfurler. That is to be your challenge. Gerfur. Ah, so the search itself is the feat. You've already spoken with my brothers, I take it? I have. Their expeditions are underway. I highly doubt Lizard Brain's pure strength is going to be a match for the elements. Aye, but we'll need a direction to search in first. Let's see what hints we can gather from the villagers. Do we have to talk to these guys? I'd rather minimize contact with them as much as possible. They're just so... ugh. God, Valley Garmanda is enormous. I know Papa had friends with him, but it's incredible he could hold his own against that thing. Should its prison ever fail, though, we can't expect the old guard to come running. It'll be up to us to save the day. Yep, me. Let's see, we got grilled fish, toast, Pon's cake, and teriyaki. As we've just been informed, the feat of proof requires us to seek the High Luminary Gerfurler somewhere upon these mountains. However, if earlier feats are any indication, we must assume the challenge precludes the Yakhoi from answering our questions in a straightforward manner. Thus, I would ask that you pay close attention while attempting to divine Gerfurler's whereabouts. Though the giants may not give us a precise location, there may be clues hidden within their words. Such is my theory, anyway. Let's see what we can discover.
Jurgerwer. Far larder.
That's an unfortunate name. What's up, Bug Eyes? That Ixbral who came out of the temple earlier, was that really the third promise? Seems rather unimposing. How is she meant to succeed the mighty Gulu Jaja? God, these names. I can't get over them. Zippor lore. Alright, they're four-fingered. Tuliolan? No, you are far further away from that, I think. As for the High Luminary, I can only guess where he might be. He is Warder of the Sky Rune, but also Keeper of the Sepulchres. Hey, that's one of my new moves. So something about sepulchres.
Lormerlor. Zerfheller.
Oh yes, that's a Zerfenfeller there. No, not where to find him, but I do hope you have the opportunity to speak together. He's a great man with a deep reverence for our traditions. These glyphs we carve, for one, he affords them as much value as any treasure we possess. They are the records of lives lived. Your arrival, too, I will etch into the stone, that the story of our meeting may endure for untold turnings of the sun. If you are curious about our ways, then I bid you visit Proof, to the northwest of here. It is one of our grave sites. Oh, that's what they mean.
Berberler.
Tarafa. It's like everybody was named by someone with a severe speech impediment. God. Or like the thickest accent you can imagine.
Yargerzer.
I can't. I just can't. Forbidding. Or boating. First things first, was anyone able to coax a definitive location for the High Luminary? Anyone at all? Anyone? Bueller? As expected, what then of clues or other hints that might point us in the right direction? Something about sepulchres. I heard that in addition to his usual duties, Gerferler is also charged with keeping the graves. As did I. The Yakhoi sepulchres appear to hold a special significance in their culture. That or the old random syllables on a dartboard tactic. Yeah, spell them out in 3 letters, put them on a bunch of sticky notes, and throw them on a board. But would it be appropriate for us outsiders to enter into their burial grounds? Proof, you say, and he encouraged you to visit this place yourself. Yep. Then let's go and take a look. Even if we don't find Gerferler there, it will give us a chance to learn more about the Yakhoi. The gravesite is somewhere northwest of here. Well, then we can leave from that side of the village for a start, shall we? Like, Lalafels do have silly names, like Tataru Tar or Nadamo Ul Namo. But these are like a completely different, just completely different level of silly. Having trouble with the air or just taking a look? Oh, I see. It's like Machu Picchu. The others have gone on ahead to Proof, following the trail west. There are shop drops everywhere, so we're all moving at our own pace. Some of us are not built for craggy terrain. When the linguist hits the lime whiskey. Possibly. I thought to get my bearings from up here first so I don't stumble off a cliff. Why don't you try catching up to Aaronville? He should be able to point you in the right direction. Whoa, what's that there? Recent eruptions, battlefield scorches. Kind of scary to look at. I thought I heard a ringing, and not my usual ringing, but something else. Take a look at this crater. There is no wood or no trees, nor even dry grass, and yet the ground still burns. This must be one of the scars left by Valak Garmanda's rampage, as told by the saga. The Sky Ruin's fires are described as eternal, flames that can be quenched by neither storm nor time. And here I thought it's a literary embellishment. Ah, but now I've lost sight of Vuklamat. Proof is northwest along the main road, so hopefully she's still heading the right way. Oh, that explains it. Oh yeah, that's some crazy fire then. I feel a little like I'm walking through the outskirts of Lanedell. Well, at least that area. A patient gravekeeper. Yeah, you know, you could almost pass for Dampe. Only Dampe is less ugly. Looks like everyone is here now, so... Greetings, friend. Are you a Furler? No, I am not. The High Luminary did, however, task me with providing a lesson on sepulchres to those who came in search of him. Oh, so we were meant to find our way here after all. Are you to tell us who is buried here? No one is buried here, in the sense you mean. When a body has served its purpose, we consign it to the flames, then scatter its ashes across the peaks. Must be a lot of ashes for folks this size. Moreover, we do not conceive of death as others do. For us, a person does not die when their heart ceases to beat, but only when they are no longer born in the hearts of all who knew them. Ah, we're getting a little cocoa up in this. This is why we build our sepulchres before age or mishap claims us, that we might etch ourselves into the living chronicle for all eternity. This grave belongs to a good friend. His mortal vessel ended its journey some years ago, but he lives within me even now. Up there stands my own sepulcher.
As long as it exists, so too will I. I will endure in the hearts of those who read my grave glyphs in the same manner my friend does in mine.
Has it always been thus for your people, this conception of existence and death?
Continue along this path to the indelible passage. Behold the history upon its walls, and you may find the answers to your questions.
Then that's what we'll do. Your traditions are fascinating, and I'd love to know more. Why are you looking at me when you say this?
I thank you for allowing me to share them, for in doing so I will remain in your hearts also.
We don't even know your name. Whew. A ways to go. Big stinks.
Durzerger.
You got some minotaurs walking around here. Might want to do something about them. Sorrow. Boy, when one of these gets voiced, it's gonna sound so weird to me. Hello, a fellow we met at Proof suggested that we come here.
Yes, the High Luminary commanded that I watch for your arrival. As the chroniclers of our people, it has ever been my family's duty to pass on the teachings of the murals from generation to generation.
Why do I suddenly start getting the feeling that the High Luminary is actually dead? They really are magnificent, and together they tell the tale of your people's history.
They are the events which shaped us. I would share them with you ere you continue on your way.
Please, we would love to hear all about it.
Then I will begin. The first mural depicts a time more than 1100 years ago, an age of great prosperity for the Yakhui. Blessed with size and strength, unmatched by other peoples, our ancestors marched forth and brought much of Yaktaral under their dominion. Then, when all before them had been conquested, they turned their gaze northward, seeking to expand their territory and power. Here we see the expedition to Zaktaral. Unable to cross the strait by ship, our forefathers set to building a bridge to the northern lands, a grand labor which consumed the greater part of a century. Zorgor the Boundless. We still make use of that bridge until No, my mistake. We still make use of that bridge into Yololol for travels. I can't imagine the patience and dedication it took to complete a work of that scale. But I've never heard of any Yakhoi living in Zaktaral. What happened to the ones who went north? Look upon this next mural and behold the answer. They all died. The scene suggests that many giants perished all... No.
I'm probably gonna have to do a walk around after this bit. My brain is just so lagging in comprehension of anything. The scene suggests that many giants perished all at once. What manner of enemy could have repelled their invasion?
A foe unnamed and unseen. When the expedition pushed forth into Zaktaral those 1,000 years ago, its soldiers were felled by disease.
Some terrible illness?
No virulent plague or newly risen blight. For the local Tanawata and Shitana, it was but a mild affliction of the sort that comes with the turning of the seasons.
Ah, they were killed by hay fever. should not have my eyes closed this long. Bah, okay.
What manifested for them as slight fevers and coughs, however, proved deadly to our people. Out of every 10 Yakhoi who joined that northern campaign, 9 succumbed to the infection. Those who survived continued to suffer, finding it difficult to sire offspring. Ah, the genophage.
I've heard of this before. Lacking in inherited resistance, visitors to distant lands can fall deathly ill to diseases a local might shrug off. These events might also have given rise to the practice of cremation rather than the burial of mortal remains.
This final mural depicts the return of our grieving brothers to Urgopacha. The reason they first left, why they had fought so long and pushed so far, was to ensure peace for our homeland. This undertaking began in ancient times, when our forebears learned they shared the continent with peoples unlike to us in appearance or custom. They feared invasion was inevitable, so they invaded first instead. Rather than meekly await their fate, they decided to strike the first blow. Never heard of the Geneva Convention. Yet as they fought on and on, the old idea of peace drifted further and further away. Only after the disaster in Zaktaral and their withdrawal to the mountains did they come to understand. The peace we envisage had been ours for the taking all along. It was here, in the place which birthed us, here in the stones upon which we recorded our days, here in this tranquil life we had traded for conquest and conflict.
When you do nothing but fight, it can blind you to what's right before your eyes.
And so we return to the present. I trust you found this brief history of our people enlightening.
Maybe, I don't know. I'm always glad to learn more about my fellow Turali, how you've lived until now and how you wish to live from now on.
Then I believe you are ready to proceed. The High Luminary bids you meet him upon the summit of Workor Zormor.
I had a feeling we'd end up scaling that big old mountain. Well, it's a feat worthy of the name.
Follow the trail south of here to begin your ascent, but be wary. Beyond the entryway of the mountainside is home to ferocious beasts, both mundane and otherwise. Yeah, this sounds like a trial.
We'll keep that in mind. Thank you for the warning and the lesson. Finally, we know where we're going, to the top of Worgor Zorbor. Okay, now then, I need to try to get my head cleared up. Don't know why that was still visible. Anyway. Right. suddenly got a squall coming in here. And he doesn't even have a gun blade. Pathetic. Head is feeling clearer, or at least should hopefully hold out on being clear for the rest of the hour. This way. Oh, he is injured. Oh man, it even looks like scars on the landscape. That's freaking cool. This thin mountain air is going to be the death of me. Just take it slow, Alize. Slow down for once. How long have you been standing there? I was just taking the scenery is all. Alize, stop that. Come on, we don't want to fall too far behind Alphinaud and the others. Tomboy. The heck is that thing? Flint. Oh, I see. There's the face. No fight, no matter how cool the music is. You remember how the chronicler was saying that the more they fought, the further away they moved from their idea of peace? It occurs to me that if Zorojah is attempting the feat of proof, then he will have heard that same lesson. I can only hope it's made him reconsider his own stance on educating people through war. I doubt it. More paint?
Gods, that is one tall mountain. And we're supposed to climb it?
Huh? What's this?
Farther. Gomar. Tuliorulu. Korogar.
Ah, they don't speak English. Do not expect to walk here unchallenged. Tell me, stunted ones, did those short legs bring you all the way from Tuliolol? You're one to talk.
He's speaking the old Yokhui tongue. The words are difficult to catch.
Though your words are crude and cumbersome, I use them for your benefit.
And yet you know the words cumbersome and benefit.
You are a claimant in this right of succession.
Vorpor lore.
That's right.
Then, if you die, Tuliola loses a potential ruler.
That's a dark thing to say, friend. I get the feeling you don't share the opinions of the other Yokhui we've met.
We do not grovel before Gulul, Jar Jar, like those shameless lapdogs. My brethren and I are conquerors, and we will restore our people to their rightful place as Tural's overlords.
I see I'm dealing with Final Fantasy XIV's version of the Death Watch.
The Giants have their own factions too, it seems.
You think your kin weak for showing deference to my father, but they do not follow the man. It is his peace they respect, a peace they always wanted, which they realized could be had right here.
Justifications of the craven.
There's another big word.
They turn their gaze from our ancestors, from the dream we kept alive for 1,000 years and more. They are unworthy of bearing our legacy. I will reclaim the glory of our people.
Really?
And our ascension begins with the death of the third promise.
Really? Out in the open like this?
Stop! I don't want to fight you.
I'll do it.
Men, die on your knees.
Huh? Bird.
Opportunistic vermin seek to feast on us, do you? Get down here. Your neck will be the first I snap this day.
Nice one.
That's right.
Why would I crouch down? He's too big for that.
Why do you help us?
Maybe he was actually a plant.
I didn't put much thought into it. My legs were moving before I knew what was happening. I suppose I feared you'd die before we had the chance to get to know each other. Before I could learn more about you.
To what end?
Oh, that's simple. If we're to share the land, it's the best way for us to become friends.
Kitty has a good heart.
How is he?
He'll live. Not quite ready to walk under his own strength, however.
If you could stay and tend to him, the rest of us will continue on to Woko Zormor.
Understood. Be careful up there.
This changes nothing. We will not forsake our conquest.
As you like. You want to kill me, you're welcome to try. But right now, you might want to worry about your comrade.
On a mountain of that size, there are bound to be creatures even I've never heard of. I'll trust you to lead the way.
Then we climb. Grifurlor is waiting.
Hearing it out loud and properly pronounced is still ridiculous. Ah! Aha! I knew it. Man, it'll be a while since I've climbed something that big. Yeah, Mount Gold was about the last time I ascended something that up something that high. Anyway. Red Mage healer? That is so weird. Red mages are off healers, not real healers. Well, whatever. Misheard that for a second. Alrighty then. Let's get to mountaineering. Whew, I could light the flames of Gondor were up this high. Hello, dragon thingy. What the? Weird type of bird. Alright, I'm a tank. Let's get my tank duties going. Iron Will and some eats. Let's get marching. And we're going at my preferred pace. A snow warbler. Whoop. Bad bird.
Now I'll show you.
Get bombed. Uh-oh. Thunder. Actual thunder. Dab them up. Magic swords.
I have you now.
Ah. Nuts. You gave me a shock. Bonk.
Now I'll show you.
Ice sprites. Whoop. Not stand in the stupid. God, the Pictomancer just sounds so goofy. Trial is anything to go by. Bonk. Oh, now it's getting hot. Ring of fire! No. Oh, no, you did it anyway. I thought I stopped. There's more thunder. Weird, because the rain's already gone. That's the burning ring of fire. Yeah, I still see Alize firing off regular red mage attacks, so it's weird that she's the healer, supposedly. Oh my goodness! It's Fluffy. Time to die. Play a while, huh? Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna like your definition of play.
Hold still.
Alright, what do they do? Oh. That one first. Oh, I see. Okay. That's a bit funky. Uh-oh. Here it goes again. Which ones will get frozen then, eh? Alright, in here. You're quite the strange little thing. Uh-oh. Okay. Large and small? Uh-oh. Oh god, this is gonna be tricky to figure out. Okay. So here. And get out, get out, get out! Alright, not that bad. Trial, no! Save it! Oh, damn it.
I have you now.
Alright, here come the ice balls again. Strange little fluffy thing. Whoa, okay. And we're back to the non-fluffy. That's not a long jaw, that's a big mouth bass with legs. That is no sloth either. Bunk. I'm gonna remind myself of something real quick. Ah, yes, I have Guardian now. Imperator is next. But first is Enhanced Rampart, and then increase the power of my attacks. Okay. Just as I thought, Chupacabra. These guys are fairly tough. At least with how hard they hit them. Fuck. Supplication. Sepulcher. Bonk. Tony. Oh, hi there, Zoro. Ow! Nicely done, jackass. I wonder where his minion is. Probably dead? No, no. At a schemer like that, there's no way he'd be dead.
Hold still.
I should put up an arm's length for once. Paint bomb. Never target the one I want. Give him a reprisal.
Hold still. still.
Whoops. Almost walked into that.
Try this.
Punk. Whoop, gonna fly again. Whee! Wow, that's high. Whew, we're above the clouds. Oh, hey, it's that bird. Whoop. Back up. Should we be standing in this? What's here? Blowing us away? Well, I took a hit there, so I clearly did something wrong. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. The magic. That was a safe zone. Yeep. Over here. Okay, one of those mechanics. Almost covered in geonamite there. Uh-oh. Phew. Uh-oh. Oh. Really? Stop wasting it. This is coming around again. Okay, good. No need to stack up. Bird is down. The summit of Zor. Whoop, get out of that.
I have you now.
spin. Magic. Bonk. God damn it, I thought I was targeting the other one. Oh, whatever. Need an ugly stink. Big old comedians with big old teeth. Whoops, that was the end of it. No tongue for me, thanks. Ugh. Bonk. Ah, it's just for a chest. More plants. Fetty orb, blade of fate. Blade of truth. Blade of valor. Expiation. Whoop. Give him a good bonk. Whoop. Almost in that. And up we go. I do feel like I'm trying to get to Shangri-La up here. Bonk.
You underestimate me.
Uh-oh. I do not think I need the fan on anymore. My hair is pretty much dry. And it ain't that hot in here today. Alright, final boss should be next. Yes, it is. Oh my. Your furler, I presume? Yep.
I am Purfurur, Elector of the Dawn Servant. Prepare to be tested.
He's got a sumo pose. Reminded me of Horalu. This could be grid-based. Let's go!
Prove you are worthy to rule.
Heaving haymaker. I feel like we should get out of the way.
On your feet.
Ah, nope. Stonework. Hey?
Chronicles of air. Return the hunger of roiling water.
Okay, I gotcha. Alize, don't stand there. Told you not to stand there.
Chronicles of air. Recount the fury of erupting peaks.
Yep, I figured it would be grid-based. Ow.
I will take the measure of your resolve.
Didn't think you would keep punching, really.
Implacable strength of the mountain, be mine!
What do we got here? Oh, I see. Grab him.
Spirit of my brethren, your thunder roars!
Phew.
That you should endure my fury.
That probably would have been a big hit if he'd gotten all of those. Here we go again.
Chronicles of Air, recall the cruelty of merciless storms.
Alright, let me guess. We're gonna move across. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Nice little twist.
I'll handle the healer. Hold still.
Oh, he's doubling up. Water and fire, okay. Oh. Ha ha ha! Alize, get away from me! I mean, look! Working him down.
I've got you now.
Well, at least you waited for the level 2. A single again. Of course. It's gonna be heckin' windy. Uh-oh. No. Oh. Yeah. Ah! That place. Damn it. I won! And leveled up too. What items did I get? Woo! Advanced Rampart! And Melee Mastery. Increases HP recovery via healing actions on self by 15%. Now then, what did I get? Round, shield, and sword. Okay. Let me just de-glamour that. Kinda neat, but no. My tear thing. Now then, shields. Let's see. More strength, more critical hit, more vitality, determination, skill speed. I've never been able to tell which was which or which is better. Nope, don't like it. I'm gonna put the kite shield on it. Well, this does mean I'm gonna probably have to say goodbye. No, I'll just stick it in the thing. Portraits. All right, can't fix here.
Very good, claimant. Once more, I name myself Gur-Fulur, High Luminary to my people, and chosen Elector of the Dawn Servant.
Who exactly are you looking at? I can't tell with your eyes.
You are much bigger than the others in the village.
All Yokui were once my equal in size, but ever since we were decimated by disease, it is rare to see a child reach our former stature.
Huh. Weird. Simple colds and hay fever apparently were apparently the equivalent to the genophage.
You speak of the contagion which afflicted the Shaktural expedition. The one recorded in your murals.
I put my eyes like this so I can
It
see
is a
enemies
chapter
coming from
of
any
our
direction.
history that is entangled with the legend of the Golden City.
I've heard that legend originated with the Yokui. Is this true?
With the visions our ancestors had, to be precise.
So in other words, they never went there themselves, they just saw it.
Preceding the campaign into Shaktural, many were visited by dreams of glittering splendor. They described a paradise that knew neither war nor famine, where people lived lives of eternal happiness. A single dreamer might have been dismissed, but when dozens, if not hundreds, spoke the same, the luminaries became convinced it was divine revelation.
One's an anomaly, two's a trend. Rule 89, boss.
Then the expedition.
Its purpose was to find the City of Gold. Yes, Help was marshaled from all the territories under our control. Lands were scoured on a massive scale.
Ah, little wonder the legend is so similar across Tural. Those involved with the search would have passed the stories down to their children.
Hi there. You gotta fight him now.
Another claimant, I see. I will test your worth, as I have tested those who came before you.
Yeah, figured. A potion.
Here and now, I think he means.
One tank, one healer, and maybe a DPS. I don't know how good he is at fighting. He didn't seem to be very good at shooting. Holy doping! No, it's holistic and all natural. Also, wow, the summit of this mountain is a lot larger than I thought it was.
Well fought, second promise. For you and your sister's success in performing the feat of proof. You both shall be rewarded.
Yeah, we can't see him hold on to such a small thing with his own giant freaking fingers.
3 to go.
And 1 to reclaim.
How glorious it would have been to race thee and thine to the summit. Though mayhap not whilst being hounded by Bakool Jaja and his minions.
Ah, you had to deal with him?
Again, that swine shows his disdain for the right.
Strangely, despite his eagerness to antagonize us, he withdrew as soon as we fought back in earnest. I cannot fathom what he was trying to achieve. On a similar note, I'm also curious as to why you chose the peak of Warcore Zormor for the conclusion of this feat.
Pretty obvious to me. These are all sepulchres around us.
The earlier stages
Idols
saw
of
us learn the
PAV
history
sounds
of the
like.
Yokwi. Does this location also hold some special meaning for your people?
Yes. It is a place of great significance.
All these monuments. Is this a burial ground?
Alice, remember, they don't bury.
Every high luminary before me is enshrined in this earth. Alongside them are the heroes who bravely stood their ground when Valley Armanda brought ruin to Urko Pacha 8 decades past.
How hard in his voice must it be to do that? Or do you think it's, or maybe it's a bit of aftermarket altering? Oh, hey.
That explains why there are so many.
He was here first, huh?
Zorolja, I should have known you'd arrive here first.
Ah, there's his minion. Sounds like it was a trial for him.
Ah, third promise. How relieved I am to find you in good health.
Huh, you say that as though you knew something bad had happened.
Zorolja, you bastard! I should end you here and now!
Remember where you are. You will mind your conduct, or you will leave.
Right. Sorry.
I see no reason to delay further. Show me my father's sepulchre.
Oh yeah, I guess he would have one.
Papa has a grave?
Yeah, heroes that fought Valigarmanda. I'm surprised it's not the big one in the center.
Upon this monument are inscribed the names of those who sealed away the monstrous Valigarmanda. Your fathers included.
Man, I come up to his knee. Look at that.
Gulul Jaja, Master of Resolve and Reason, Champion of Peace.
Look at this one. Kettenram, Navigator of Uncharted Oceans.
Kettenram? The Laminsan explorer? Does this mean he joined Gulul Jaja on his travels?
Yeah, that's what we were trying to find out, wasn't it?
Kavkiwa, Seeker of the Unknown. How strange to see your name here.
Why would you know that name?
It was unheard of to build living sepulchres for those who were not Yokwi. But their great deed demanded recognition.
Master of Resolve and Reason, Champion of Peace? Papa really did some amazing things.
He carved his path with martial skill.
Not only martial skill.
Yet it was clever thinking which allowed him to trap Valigarmanda within its own ice magics.
There we go, there's the split.
Martial skill and clever thinking. I can't compete with Zorolja's mastery of the Head of Resolve's techniques. And when it comes to knowledge, Kona's the one who most takes after the Head of Reason. Is there anything that I've gotten from Papa? Something I do better than the others?
Understanding. And a desire to do so. Yeah, his love for peace.
Of course. Papa's love for peace, for his people. That is what he's given me. And I'm fighting to preserve the peaceful Tural he built.
There you go. What?
What in the hells was that?
Valigarmanda?
You must return to Warlar's Echo immediately. Valigarmanda has broken free.
Knew it would happen.
I presume that was about the unholy sound?
Let me guess, it was Bakool Jaja.
Valigarmanda is free.
We need to get back there, now!
How fortuitous. We have been gifted an opportunity to outpace our rivals.
Oh, it was your idea, wasn't it? Damn Scaly. Oh my god, why are they spread around so far? Can't keep them in one place, can you? Well, I was planning to end right after this, but this is a twist that's too good to leave on. Oh yes, as that Lalafell demonstrated, it's possible to get a capybara as a mount. I do not plan to do so, because I do not really care that much for that animal. Good, you're back. There's much I would explain, but by the time I arrived to investigate a sudden surge in Aether, there was already fallen giants everywhere. Right now, everyone's preoccupied with treating the wounded. Pray, catch your breath, then lend a hand where you can. What do I currently have? Yeah, fine. If you're ready, there are many injured here who need aid. Should you find anyone passed out from their wounds, I ask that you alert me to them. Otherwise, I shall be tending to whomever requires the most urgent healing. We can gather here once we've seen to these people's hurts. Make it quick. I want to see if we fight and kill this thing or not. Fat cat rider, I see. Searing heat. It's supposed to control 3 elements. Oh god, one of those lanky lunar cactuars is a mount. Ugh, creepy. Wounds are nothing serious but this dryness in my throat. It's as if all the moisture has left my body. I wake up in the morning like that sometimes too. Hydration check. Nearly out. Everything burns. The touch of cloth is agony. You don't have any cloth. Oh, you have some. Yeah, I will live. Leave me. There are others in more dire need of help. Doesn't sound nearly as bad as some freaking waking sensory nonsense I've had before. Had it where my nerves were crossed and soft things felt hard and hard things felt soft to me before. I've done all I can for now. The injured you found were awake and alert, then? Yes. That is well. Though I'm not a healer, I could have used clemency on some of them. We've left the injured as comfortable as we could. Many were suffering from burns to a greater or lesser degree. Did a fire sweep through the village? No, doesn't look like it. Because they would be eternally burning, remember? Once I've healed the giant attacked by that mountain bird, the group's leader, Vorporlor, I believe they called him, bade me depart. It was then that I felt an intense wave of aether and returned to find Vorlar's echo in this state. The state we left it in entirely. Though delirious with pain, he repeated the same warning. Valigarmanda had broken free. Thus did I contact you with all haste. Well, we're going to need more information than that before we can deal with the situation. Yes, we should speak with the temple guard and see what's become of the Sky Ruins prison. Yeah, let's get our eyeballs on that real quick first.
What happened?
Oh my god, it is gone!
So it's true. The ice has failed.
Surmurwar, Tell them what you told me.
A short while ago, a claimant paid us a visit.
Bakool. Oh, hey, my echo's finally kicking in. It's been a while since it's last done that.
Who enters this hallowed hall?
No surprise whatsoever.
Ah, a claimant.
Oh. And here we have the mighty Valigarmanda.
What, you think you can melt it and kill it yourself?
A terrifying Vitral. With every awakening, it has seared its ruinous name into the memories of a new generation.
What a good little terror. You've stayed napping right up until the day I needed you.
Yep.
Explain yourself.
It is as they say. Gulul Jaja caused its magic to run rampant, trapping it in a frozen prison of its own creation. Clever. Clever. To unmake it, it would be quite tricky. 2 spells must be cast at the exact same moment. A conflagration intense enough to melt the ice, and awakening flame to rekindle the slumbering Vitral's soul.
Why?
The only ones capable of such harmonious execution would be the heads of reason and resolve.
And the blessed siblings, Bakool, Jaja.
You mustn't!
Do something to stop him then.
But I already have.
Rise and rage, little terror.
Oh. So that's how he stuck around.
I might have overdone the fire a bit.
I ask again. Why do people want to fuck this?
Utter madness. Why have you done this?
For the throne, of course.
You unleash calamity for your own gain? Have you any idea how many may die?
Wreak havoc, Valigarmanda. Live up to your legend.
Until the moment you kill him? Alright, I got it. I got the gist of it then.
A messenger to Tuli Yolol has been dispatched. The Landsguard will send a contingent, I am sure. But there is no telling when they will arrive.
Idiot! This monstrous act is a step too far, even for him.
Should get him thrown out of the running.
So, what's the plan?
I don't know, I'm thinking of stabbing it.
If we leave the withdrawal to others, it will be a massacre. Some might call it the wiser choice, if I don't want to fall behind the competition. But I could never live with myself. And my supporters deserve a better ruler.
Not just your supporters.
So that's that. I will stay and fight Valigarmanda. This is an enemy so powerful that even my father failed to slay it. Alone, I don't stand a chance.
That's why I'm here.
I understand you've no obligation to aid me outside the right of succession. But for the sake of Urkopacha and its people, I beg you, join me in this battle.
I've slain the very concept of entropy. This'll be a piece of cake. Yeah. As if you had to ask.
Far be it from us to abandon a dear comrade in her time of need.
Dear comrades now, eh?
Yep. You've earned
I
Alizé's
have to
approval.
say, it does have a comforting ring to it. Knowing someone has your back makes it easier to do what you have to do.
And what will we do?
One committed to winning the contest above all else would race on ahead.
You know, like your lizard sibling.
If you're resolved to slay Valigarmanda, we'll need to find out where the beast went.
That's what we have you for, old friend.
We'll have to know what Valigarmanda was before it became a Vidral, though. Close your mouth.
Inform the Belu of the danger. They may need to flee to lower ground.
Ugh, I hate looking at their teeth. They're like smooth Mon Calamari. With even less charm as well. So, Erinville, any ideas on how we can track Valigarmanda? The tried and true method of comparing sightings with other signs of passage is the most reliable, but also the most time-consuming. There is a second option. Not as reliable as the first, but if we're lucky, it will let us ascertain the Sky Ruins' whereabouts far more quickly. Through a Turar Vidral of extraordinary nature, Valigarmanda is still a creature of this world. Like you and me, it is thus sustained by corporeal energy and possesses a unique ethereal balance, which means this device should come in handy. What you got? Flees to lower ground? I don't think that's how that normally works. It's a flying thing. Lower ground is better. It's a hand! A floating hand? Now's not the time to be playing with toys. This is no toy, it's an aether seeker. As the name suggests, gleaners use it to detect the aether of living things. And you've had that in your pack this whole time? I can calibrate it to follow a very specific ethereal aspect. The problem with Valigarmanda, however, is that it can shift freely between the elements of fire, ice, or lightning. Well, we know that in order to awaken Valigarmanda from its icy prison, Bakool Jaja cast spells which quickened its fire-aspected aether, and the residents here were uniformly afflicted by burns. Therefore, the logical conclusion is that upon breaking free, Valigarmanda unleashed a great fiery blast. Then the choice is plain: fire. The secret, however, is not without its faults, as if we were not able to input our quarry's unique etheric signature in advance, the device will respond to any living source of fire-aspected aether. So we have the reliable yet slow method of information gathering versus the potentially swift but easily misled Gleaner tool. I say, why not pursue both methods at the same time? Good idea. We'll have the first to fall back on if the second fails. You travel with me then, in case the Seeker leads me to some other fiery fiend. Yeah, sure, I'll keep your ass out of the fire. The rest of us can stay behind and talk to eyewitnesses. The more Skyrune sightings we can compare, the more accurate our information will be. If no one has any objections, I shall remain here in the village and tend to the Yakhui. Very few are seriously injured, but I am wary of wounds inflicted by a creature like Varigarmanda. I should be able to I should like to be close at hand and should their condition suddenly worsen. Well, they supposedly have eternal fire on them, so, you know. Right, it sounds like we have work to do. I love this hand. It's so silly. We should be on our way as well. I have a hand too. See? If we are to believe the slurred ravings of a self-proclaimed goblin theologian deep in his cups, this seemingly inconspicuous white glove is actually the hand of fate, by which all of us are controlled from a dimension beyond the aether. There's my hand. But nah. Okay, I believe with that, now that we know what happened, that's a fine place to stop. Whew, I got a lot to do in the other places. Now then. Da-da-da-da. Actually, nobody at the moment. Well, anyway then. We've arrived at our destination. Please watch your step as you disembark. Please follow if you liked. Thanks for watching. Peace be with you, and may the forces of evil be confused on the way to your home. Bye.